Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The October rain drummed a steady rhythm against the tall windows of Wayne Manor as Bruce Wayne descended into the depths beneath his ancestral home. The Batcave's computers hummed with their usual efficiency, processing data streams from across Gotham City. But tonight, Bruce found himself drawn to a different kind of investigation. A report had crossed his desk, routine surveillance footage from the East End, showing Kate Kane visiting homeless encampments with unusual frequency, not as Batwoman, but as herself, carrying art supplies and what appeared to be significant amounts of cash. The footage was grainy, captured by traffic cameras and security systems that weren't meant for close observation. But Bruce's trained eye caught details others might miss. Kate moved through these spaces with purpose and familiarity. She wasn't conducting charity work in the traditional sense, no food distribution or medical care, but something more personal, more intimate. She sat with individuals for extended periods, engaging in conversations that seemed to hold weight beyond casual interaction. Bruce had worked with Kate on several occasions, understanding her military precision and tactical brilliance. But this behavior suggested depths he hadn't recognized. The Batwoman he knew was direct, sometimes confrontational, always focused on immediate threats. This Kate Kane seemed to be building something more subtle, more enduring. The investigation began, as most of his work did, with questions that demanded answers. Bruce accessed city records, cross-referencing Kate's movements with police reports, social services activities, and the complex web of data that painted pictures of Gotham's hidden population. What he found were gaps, spaces where information should exist but didn't, patterns that suggested coordination beyond what random charity work would create. 3 nights later, Bruce found himself following Kate through the maze of abandoned buildings and temporary shelters that housed Gotham's invisible population. The October evening carried the crisp promise of winter, and cooking fires dotted the landscape like fallen stars. Kate moved through this terrain with the confidence of someone welcomed rather than merely tolerated. She stopped at a camp beneath the Morrison Street Bridge, where a cluster of makeshift shelters had been arranged with surprising organization. Bruce watched from the shadows as Kate approached a man hunched over what appeared to be an easel. Even from a distance, Bruce could see the man's work, detailed architectural sketches that captured not just buildings but the life that flowed around them. The man looked up as Kate approached, his weathered face breaking into a genuine smile. Bruce adjusted his position, using the bridge's support structure to move closer while remaining unseen. Their conversation was too quiet to hear over the distant traffic, but their interaction spoke of established relationship, mutual respect. Kate handed the man an envelope payment, Bruce realized, not charity. This was a transaction between equals, artist and patron. The man showed her additional sketches, pointing out details with the enthusiasm of someone whose work was truly appreciated. Kate studied each piece with the intensity Bruce recognized from their shared missions. But this focus served a different purpose. As Kate prepared to leave, the man called out something that made her pause. Bruce caught fragments of their exchange, something about the new pieces and patterns Marcus noticed. Kate's expression shifted to one of concern, her military bearing returning as she processed whatever information she'd received. Bruce followed as Kate made her way through the camp, stopping at 2 more locations. Each visit followed a similar pattern: payment for artwork, careful examination of the pieces, brief but meaningful conversation. By the time she reached her motorcycle, Kate carried a portfolio that seemed to hold significant weight beyond its physical contents. Rather than confront Kate directly, Bruce chose a different approach. The next evening found him in civilian clothes, walking through the same areas Kate had visited. Without the intimidation factor of the Batman persona, he hoped to understand what drew his cousin to these forgotten corners of Gotham. The camp beneath Morrison Street Bridge was more organized than it had appeared from the shadows. Someone with architectural knowledge had advised on the shelter placement structures, positioned to maximize wind protection while maintaining clear sight lines and multiple exit routes. It was subtle, but Bruce's trained eye recognized defensive planning when he saw it. He approached the artist Kate had visited, a man who looked to be in his 50s with hands stained by charcoal and paint. The man glanced up from his current work, a detailed study of a building facade that Bruce recognized as a known drug distribution point. "You're not from around here," the man observed, not unfriendly but cautious. "I'm Bruce Wayne," Bruce said simply. "I'm interested in art, particularly work that captures the city in ways most people don't see." The man's expression shifted to one of surprise, then careful consideration. "Marcus Williams," he said finally, "and I suppose you could say I specialize in architectural documentation." Bruce moved closer to examine Marcus's work, impressed despite himself. These weren't amateur sketches, but sophisticated technical drawings that captured structural details with precision. More than that, they included elements that told stories: the placement of security cameras, patterns of foot traffic, the subtle signs that indicated a building's true purpose. "You have formal training," Bruce observed. Marcus nodded slowly. 23 years with Harrison and Associates, designed half the mid-rise buildings in the financial district before. He gestured vaguely at their surroundings. "Before life decided on a different path." "What happened?" "The usual story. Economy crashed. Firm went under. Lost the house. Lost the family." Marcus's voice carried resignation rather than bitterness. "Turns out, architectural degrees don't mean much when you're living in your car." Bruce studied the drawings more carefully. These weren't just artistic interpretations, but intelligence documents. Marcus had unknowingly created a visual database of criminal activity, capturing details that traditional surveillance might miss. "Kate Kane," Bruce said carefully. "She buys your work." Marcus's face brightened. "She understands what I'm doing. Most people see homeless guy with art supplies, think it's some kind of therapy. Kate sees the documentation, the patterns, the information that nobody else bothers to collect." "What kind of patterns?" Marcus pulled out a different sketch, this one showing a warehouse near the docks. "Traffic flows. See how the footpaths worn into the ground don't match the building's supposed purpose? Or here," he pointed to subtle details in the architecture, modifications to loading docks that don't make sense for legitimate shipping. Kate taught me to see these things, to understand what my eyes were recording without my brain processing it. The conversation continued for over an hour, with Marcus explaining how Kate had helped him recognize the intelligence value in his artistic documentation. She'd introduced him to other artists in similar situations, creating a network of observers who captured Gotham's hidden activities through their creative work. She calls it trauma mapping, Marcus explained. Says that people who live on the streets see everything because we're invisible to those doing the seeing. They conduct their business right in front of us because they don't consider us threats. But we remember, and we put what we remember into our work. As Bruce prepared to leave, Marcus mentioned something that crystallized the scope of what Kate had built. You should see the gallery sometime. Kate's got a space where she displays the work properly, shows it the way art should be shown, with respect and understanding. Bruce left the camp with his understanding of Kate's activities fundamentally shifted. This wasn't casual charity work, but sophisticated intelligence gathering disguised as arts patronage. Kate had recognized something that eluded most law enforcement, that society's invisible population occupied positions of unparalleled observation. The gallery Marcus mentioned proved to be located in a converted warehouse in the arts district, one of many buildings that had been abandoned during economic downturns and quietly repurposed by artists and activists. Bruce arrived the following evening to find a space that challenged every assumption he'd held about Kate's methods. The gallery occupied the entire ground floor of the warehouse, with professional lighting and climate control that spoke of serious investment. The walls displayed dozens of works, paintings, sketches, photographs, all created by homeless artists, but presented with the same care given to established masters. Kate stood in the center of the space, surrounded by several individuals Bruce recognized from his previous night's reconnaissance. She was explaining something about composition and perspective, her voice carrying the authority of someone who understood both military intelligence and artistic expression. The key is understanding that every choice you make as an artist carries information, Kate was saying. The angle you choose, the details you emphasize, the elements you include or exclude, all of it tells a story. Your job is to make sure it tells the right story. Bruce moved through the gallery, studying the works with new appreciation. What he'd initially seen as artistic interpretation revealed itself as systematic documentation. A painting of children playing in an abandoned lot included details about drug paraphernalia and surveillance equipment. A sketch of a soup kitchen showed the faces of individuals who appeared in police databases. A photograph of a sunset included vehicles and license plates that told stories about illegal transportation networks. You're not supposed to be here, Kate said, appearing at Bruce's shoulder with characteristic directness. I was curious about your new project, Bruce replied, gesturing at the gallery around them. Kate studied him for a moment, weighing something internal. This isn't a project. It's a community. These people are artists first, intelligence assets second. The moment that priority reverses is the moment I've failed them. She led him through the gallery, explaining her approach with the same tactical precision she brought to their shared missions. The network had grown organically, starting with Kate's recognition that homeless individuals occupied unique positions of observation. Rather than exploit that advantage, she'd chosen to empower it, teaching artists to recognize the intelligence value in their work while maintaining their primary identity as creators. Traditional surveillance misses context, Kate explained as they paused before a painting that showed a building from an unusual angle. Cameras capture events, but they don't capture meaning. Human observation, filtered through artistic interpretation, reveals patterns that data analysis overlooks. The painting they studied showed what appeared to be a routine office building, but the artist had emphasized details that suggested something more sinister: window patterns that didn't match floor layouts, delivery schedules that occurred at unusual hours, the subtle body language of people entering and leaving that suggested coercion rather than voluntary employment. How many artists are in your network? Bruce asked. 47 active contributors across 12 camps. Kate replied without hesitation. But it's not just about numbers. It's about trust, respect, recognition. These people have been ignored by society for so long that acknowledgement of their value creates loyalty you can't buy. As they continued through the gallery, Kate introduced Bruce to several artists whose work had contributed to ongoing investigations. Each interaction reinforced her approach. She treated them as professionals whose expertise happened to involve living on society's margins, not as charity cases who happened to create art. Yuki Tanaka, the gallery's official owner, joined their conversation near the back of the space. A woman in her 30s with the polished appearance of someone comfortable in Gotham's art world, she provided an interesting contrast to the rough environments Bruce had been exploring. Yuki helps bridge worlds, Kate explained. She displays selected pieces in her mainstream gallery, creating market value for the artists, while maintaining their anonymity when necessary. Yuki nodded, her expression serious. The art world has always been about who you know and what connections you can leverage. Kate's network deserves the same opportunities as any other artistic community. The fact that their work also serves intelligence purposes makes it more valuable, not less. Bruce found himself studying a particular piece that dominated one wall, a detailed architectural rendering of a warehouse complex that he recognized from recent investigations. The artist had captured not just the buildings but the patterns of activity around them, the subtle modifications that indicated illegal use, the security measures that weren't visible in satellite imagery. This is surveillance, quality intelligence, Bruce observed. Better than surveillance, Kate corrected. Surveillance captures what's happening. Art interprets what it means. The combination of observation and analysis that occurs when someone creates art about what they've witnessed provides insights that pure data collection can't match. Their conversation was interrupted by Marcus Williams, who approached with obvious excitement about something he'd discovered in his recent work. He carried a portfolio of sketches, all showing the same general area from different perspectives and times. Kate, you need to see this, Marcus said, spreading the sketches on a nearby table. I've been working the Morrison Street area for 3 weeks, and there's something happening that doesn't make sense. The sketches showed a progression of activity around a seemingly abandoned building. Over the course of several weeks, Marcus had documented subtle changes, new locks on doors that appeared unused, modifications to window coverings, changes in the patterns of foot traffic that suggested the building was being prepared for something specific. Kate studied the sketches with the intensity Bruce recognized from their shared tactical planning sessions. This building, she said, pointing to architectural details Marcus had captured. It's been empty for over a year, according to city records. But these modifications suggest someone's making it habitable, not habitable, Marcus corrected. Containable. Look at the window modifications. They're designed to prevent exit, not provide security. And the door reinforcements are on the outside, not the inside. Bruce felt a chill of recognition. The pattern Marcus had documented through his artistic observation matched profiles of buildings used for human trafficking. The artistic documentation had captured preparation for crime in ways that routine surveillance would have missed. How many other artists work this area? Bruce asked. 3 others cover adjacent territories, Kate replied, already reaching for her phone. If Marcus is seeing preparation at this location, the others might have observed supporting activities in the surrounding blocks. Within an hour, the gallery had become an impromptu command center. Artists from across Kate's network arrived with their recent work, spreading drawings and paintings across tables as they compared observations. What emerged was a comprehensive picture of coordinated criminal activity that no single surveillance system could have captured. The homeless artists had unknowingly documented the establishment of a trafficking operation. Their artwork showed the acquisition of vehicles, the modification of buildings, the recruitment of individuals who would serve as guards and transporters. Because they worked from artistic rather than investigative perspectives, they'd captured details that trained observers might have overlooked: the emotional states of people involved, the subtle environmental changes that suggested impending criminal activity. "We need to contact the authorities," Bruce said, studying the assembled intelligence. "No," Kate replied firmly. "We need to protect the community first. If this intelligence leads to arrests, but those arrests also expose my artists as informants, I've endangered every person who trusted me." Bruce understood the dilemma immediately. The artistic network's effectiveness depended on its invisibility. The moment criminals realized that homeless individuals were documenting their activities, the artists would become targets. Kate's first priority had to be protecting those who had provided the intelligence. "What do you suggest?" Bruce asked. Kate was already moving, gathering the most critical pieces of artistic documentation. "We handle this ourselves, but carefully. No direct confrontation. No arrests that would draw attention to how we obtain the intelligence. We disrupt the operation quietly. Make it look like internal problems rather than outside interference." Bruce found himself impressed by Kate's tactical thinking, even as he recognized the ethical complexities of her approach. Operating outside official channels protected her network, but also limited their options for resolving the situation they'd uncovered. "I know that building," Yuki said suddenly, studying Marcus's sketches more carefully. "It used to house a textile operation before the company went bankrupt. If they're modifying it for containment, the original floor plan would provide natural cells, individual workspace areas that could be secured independently." The conversation continued through the night, with artists and allies contributing information that built a comprehensive understanding of the threat. By dawn, they had identified not just the primary location, but the supporting infrastructure, transportation routes, communication methods, the individuals likely responsible for the operation. Kate's network had accomplished something remarkable. Through artistic observation and community collaboration, they detected and analyzed a criminal operation before it became fully operational. The intelligence was more comprehensive than traditional law enforcement would typically gather, and it had been obtained without the criminals ever realizing they were being observed. "What happens next?" Marcus asked as the group prepared to disperse. Kate looked around the room, her expression reflecting the weight of leadership and the complexity of the situation they faced. "Next, we prove that this network can do more than observe. We prove it can act." The plan Kate developed over the following days demonstrated the same military precision she brought to her Batwoman operations, but with important differences. This wasn't about overwhelming force or technological superiority. This was about leveraging community knowledge and artistic insight to achieve objectives that traditional methods couldn't accomplish. Rather than assault the trafficking operation directly, Kate chose to undermine it systematically. Her artist began creating specific works that would be seen by the criminals, pieces that suggested law enforcement awareness without revealing the true source of intelligence. The goal was to make the traffickers believe their operation had been compromised through conventional means, forcing them to abandon their carefully prepared facility. Bruce watched Kate coordinate these efforts with growing respect for her methods. She'd built something unique, an intelligence network that operated through empowerment rather than exploitation, that strengthened its sources rather than consuming them. The artists weren't assets to be used and discarded, but partners in an ongoing effort to protect their community. The psychological pressure campaign worked exactly as Kate had predicted. Within a week, The traffickers abandoned their Morrison Street facility, convinced that law enforcement had identified their operation through traditional investigative methods. The building was left empty, its modifications incomplete. The criminal network disrupted without ever realizing how they'd been detected. 43 people, Kate said as she and Bruce stood in the abandoned facility 3 days later. That's how many victims this space was designed to hold. Marcus's artistic documentation prevented 43 kidnappings by identifying the threat before it became operational. Bruce studied the partially modified interior, seeing how the criminals' plans would have transformed the space into a prison. The artist's observations had been completely accurate. This building had been prepared for containment, not habitation. Their artistic interpretation of architectural details had revealed criminal intent with precision that surprised even him. Your network is more effective than most law enforcement operations, Bruce observed. Kate nodded slowly. Because it operates on different principles. Traditional law enforcement waits for crimes to occur, then investigates. My artists document the preparation for crimes, allowing intervention before victims are created. As they prepared to leave the facility, Bruce found himself reconsidering everything he thought he knew about intelligence gathering and crime prevention. Kate had demonstrated that community-based observation, filtered through artistic interpretation, could achieve results that technological surveillance and traditional investigation methods missed. I want to expand this, Kate said suddenly. Not just homeless artists, but anyone whose position in society makes them invisible to criminals. Street vendors, maintenance workers, night shift employees, people who see everything because they're overlooked by those they observe. Bruce understood immediately. Kate wasn't just running an intelligence network. She was building a new model for community protection. One that empowered rather than exploited, that recognized value in perspectives that society typically dismissed, that turned artistic expression into a tool for social justice. The weeks that followed saw Bruce working more closely with Kate's network, contributing resources and expertise while learning to appreciate methods that differed significantly from his own. The artists continued their work, now with expanded understanding of how their observations served community protection. Their artwork became more sophisticated, incorporating techniques Kate and Bruce taught them for recognizing criminal activity and documenting evidence that could support intervention efforts. Marcus Williams emerged as a natural leader within the network. His architectural expertise and teaching ability, making him invaluable for training other artists to recognize significant details in their observations. Under his guidance, the quality and intelligence value of the network's documentation improved dramatically. Bruce found himself spending considerable time in the gallery, studying the evolving collection of artistic intelligence and coming to understand Gotham from perspectives he'd never considered. The city the artist showed him was more complex and more dangerous than his high-tech surveillance systems revealed. But it was also more human, more connected, more capable of protecting itself when given the proper tools and recognition. The success of the trafficking intervention led to expanded cooperation between Kate's network and Bruce's own operations. Batman began incorporating artistic intelligence into his investigations, while Bruce Wayne provided funding and resources that allowed the network to grow and professionalize its operations. 6 months after Bruce's first encounter with Marcus Williams beneath the Morrison Street Bridge, the gallery had become a permanent fixture in Gotham's art scene, displaying work that served dual purposes as creative expression and community protection. The artist had prevented or disrupted 7 criminal operations, protected dozens of potential victims, and established themselves as a legitimate and respected part of Gotham's cultural landscape. "You've created something extraordinary," Bruce told Kate as they stood in the gallery during its 6-month anniversary celebration. Artists, allies, and community members filled the space, celebrating not just artistic achievement, but successful collaboration in the service of protecting society's most vulnerable members. Kate smiled, watching Marcus Williams explain architectural details to a group of young people interested in learning his documentation techniques. "I've created what was always there. I just helped people recognize the value they already possessed." Bruce understood now why Kate's approach was so effective. Rather than building a network from the outside in, she'd identified existing communities and helped them recognize their own capabilities. The artists had always been observers. Kate had simply taught them to understand the significance of what they observed. They had always been creators. She had helped them recognize how their creations could serve protective purposes. As the celebration continued around them, Bruce found himself thinking about the broader implications of what he'd witnessed. Kate's network demonstrated that effective crime prevention required more than technology and force. It required community engagement, respect for diverse perspectives, and recognition that society's most overlooked members often possessed its most valuable insights. The Artistic Intelligence Network had become a model worth replicating, but Bruce understood that replication would require the same patient community building that Kate had invested in her original network. This wasn't a system that could be implemented quickly or imposed from above. It was an organic growth of trust, respect, and mutual recognition that had to develop naturally over time. While Kate Kane's Artistic Intelligence Network mapped Gotham's criminal activities through creative observation, another protector of the city maintained her own form of surveillance through the sacred architecture of faith. In the shadows of Gotham Cathedral, Helena Bertinelli conducted midnight vigils that served purposes far beyond prayer, offering redemption to those seeking escape from lives of crime, while building an underground railroad that operated through coded hymns and whispered confessions. Join us for Cathedral Vigil. The November rain created a steady percussion against the Gothic windows of Gotham Cathedral as Bruce Wayne made his way through the ancient stone corridors. The cathedral at night held a different quality than during daylight hours. Shadows pooled in corners where candlelight couldn't reach, and the vast nave seemed to breathe with the weight of countless prayers offered within its walls. Bruce had come here following reports of unusual activity, late-night gatherings that didn't correspond to any official church functions. Father Miguel Santos met him at the side entrance, his weathered face showing the kind of weariness that comes from carrying others' burdens. The priest had served Gotham's spiritual needs for over 2 decades, ministering to everyone from society's elite to the city's most desperate souls. His reputation for discretion and compassion had made him a trusted figure across all social boundaries. "She arrives just after midnight," Father Miguel explained as he led Bruce through the cathedral's labyrinthine passages. "Helena doesn't ask permission, doesn't follow schedules. She simply comes when she's needed, and somehow, those who need to find her always know when that will be." Bruce had worked with Helena Bertinelli on several occasions, understanding her as the huntress of vigilante, whose methods often pushed the boundaries of what he considered acceptable justice. But the activities Father Miguel described suggested something entirely different, a side of Helena that operated through patience and compassion rather than force. They paused at the entrance to the main nave, where Bruce could see the altar area had been modified in subtle ways. Additional seating had been arranged in small clusters, creating intimate spaces within the vast cathedral. Candles had been positioned to provide pools of warm light while maintaining shadows that would allow for privacy. Most significantly, the confessional booths along the side walls showed signs of recent use despite the cathedral not offering evening confession services. What exactly does she do here? Bruce asked. Father Miguel considered his words carefully. Helena provides something the church cannot officially offer, a bridge between the desire for redemption and the practical challenges of achieving it. She listens to those who have committed sins that go beyond spiritual confession, helps them understand how to truly leave their old lives behind. The explanation raised more questions than it answered, but Bruce recognized the priest's careful phrasing. Helena was operating in the grey areas where legal systems and religious institutions couldn't effectively reach, working with people whose crimes placed them outside conventional redemption programs. As if summoned by their conversation, the cathedral's main doors opened with the soft whisper of well-oiled hinges. Helena Bertinelli entered alone, moving through the sacred space with the quiet confidence of someone completely comfortable in these surroundings. She wore dark civilian clothes that allowed her to blend into shadows, but her bearing carried the same controlled intensity Bruce recognized from their shared missions. Helena paused when she noticed Bruce and Father Miguel, her expression shifting through surprise and calculation before settling on resigned acceptance. "I wondered when you'd become curious about my other work," she said, her voice echoing softly in the cathedral's vastness. "I'm always interested in understanding Gotham's protectors," Bruce replied, "especially when they develop methods I haven't encountered before." Helena studied him for a moment, weighing something internal. "This isn't about protection in the way you understand it. This is about redemption, which requires different tools than justice." She gestured for Bruce to follow as she made her way toward the altar area, stopping at a cabinet that had been discreetly positioned behind the choir stalls. From it, she retrieved several items that surprised Bruce with their mundane practicality: legal documents, contact information cards, maps of the city marked with locations and symbols. "They start coming around 12:30, Helena explained, checking her watch. "Former criminals who want to leave their old lives behind but don't know how. The system offers prison or death, but not genuine escape from criminal families and organizations." As if responding to her words, a side door opened to admit the first visitor of the evening. The man who entered moved with the careful caution of someone accustomed to danger, scanning the cathedral's shadows before approaching Helena's position. Bruce recognized the behavioral patterns. This was someone with significant criminal experience who had learned to assess threats automatically. "Isabella," Helena said warmly, and Bruce realized he'd misidentified the visitor's gender in the dim lighting. The woman who approached was perhaps 60 years old, with silver hair and the kind of scarred hands that spoke of physical work and violent encounters. Isabella Romano moved to one of the modified confessional booths, settling inside with visible relief. Helena took the adjacent booth, and their conversation began in voices too quiet for Bruce to overhear. But he could observe their body language through the booth's partial screening, noting the careful balance between Isabella's obvious respect for Helena and her equally obvious wariness of discussing certain subjects. Father Miguel approached Bruce, speaking in whispers that wouldn't disturb the ongoing consultation. Isabella was an enforcer for the Bertinelli family for over 30 years. She wants to leave that life, but her knowledge makes her dangerous to former employers and valuable to their enemies. Traditional witness protection won't work because she's committed too many crimes herself. Bruce watched Helena take notes during her conversation with Isabella, occasionally asking questions that prompted longer responses. The interaction resembled a therapy session more than a confession, with Helena clearly working to understand not just Isabella's criminal history, but her motivations, fears, and practical needs. "How does Helena help someone in that situation?" Bruce asked. "By creating alternatives the system can't provide," Father Miguel replied. "New identities that aren't official, but are thorough enough to work in practice. Safe houses that aren't connected to law enforcement databases. Employment opportunities with people who understand the need for discretion about past activities. The consultation with Isabella continued for nearly an hour, during which 2 additional individuals arrived and waited patiently in the cathedral's side chapels. Bruce observed each newcomer, noting the same patterns of behavior. Hypervigilance, combined with desperate hope, the body language of people who had lived violent lives but were seeking something different. When Isabella finally emerged from the confessional booth, she approached Helena with an envelope. Payment, Bruce realized, but not in the traditional sense. Isabella handed over what appeared to be documents and photographs, information that would be valuable to someone building comprehensive understanding of Gotham's criminal networks. "Thank you for trusting me with the Romano family structure," Helena said, accepting the materials. "The safe house in Burnley is ready, and the job at the docks starts Monday. Your supervisor knows to expect someone with extensive logistics experience, but won't ask questions about where that experience came from." Isabella nodded, tears visible in her eyes. "I never thought I could leave. 33 years of violence, and I thought that was all I'd ever be." "You're leaving as someone who knows the cost of that violence intimately," Helena replied. "That knowledge makes you valuable in ways that have nothing to do with criminal activity." As Isabella prepared to leave through the same side door she'd entered, Helena moved to the cathedral's organ. Bruce watched with growing fascination as she began to play a complex piece that seemed to incorporate traditional hymns with variations he didn't recognize. The music filled the cathedral with haunting beauty, but Bruce's trained ear caught something more: patterns within the melody that suggested coded communication. The remaining visitors responded to specific musical phrases, moving to different locations within the cathedral based on what they heard. One man relocated to a different confessional booth, while a woman moved to a particular pew near the transept. The music was conveying information that allowed Helena to coordinate multiple consultations without verbal instruction. "The coded hymns," Bruce said quietly to Father Miguel. "They indicate different types of assistance." The priest nodded. "Different melodies signal different services, safe houses, employment opportunities, medical care, legal assistance. Helena has built an entire communication system that appears to be religious music but actually coordinates complex logistics." As Helena concluded her musical communication, she began working with the other visitors. Each consultation followed a similar pattern: detailed discussion of the individual's situation, examination of information they provided about criminal organizations they were leaving, coordination of practical assistance for establishing new lives. Bruce found himself studying the stained glass windows that lined the cathedral's walls, noticing details that hadn't been apparent during daylight visits. Certain windows showed different patterns when illuminated from within the building, creating symbols and markers that would be visible from outside. The sacred architecture was being used as a communication system, with lighting patterns conveying information to people who understood the code. The second visitor, a man who had been involved in drug distribution for one of Gotham's major criminal families, provided Helena with detailed information about supply routes and distribution methods. In exchange, Helena offered him placement in a rehabilitation program that would be followed by employment in legitimate shipping operations where his logistics knowledge would be valuable. "The information exchange," Bruce observed to Father Miguel. "She's building intelligence about criminal operations through these redemption consultations. Helena understands that knowledge can be transformed from a weapon into a tool for healing," the priest replied. "These people possess detailed information about criminal networks, but they've only used that knowledge to perpetuate harm. Helena helps them repurpose what they know to protect others." The third visitor was a woman whose situation proved more complex than the others. She had been involved in human trafficking operations, but as a victim who was eventually forced to recruit other victims. Her desire to leave criminal life was complicated by both her culpability in serious crimes and her extensive knowledge of trafficking networks that were still active. Helena's consultation with this woman stretched longer than the others, requiring careful navigation of legal, ethical, and practical considerations. Bruce listened as Helena explained options that wouldn't exist through conventional channels, cooperation with law enforcement that would be structured to prioritize the woman's safety over prosecutorial convenience, placement in a secure facility where she could provide testimony without being accessible to retaliation. The trafficking networks are expanding their recruitment operations, the woman explained, her voice barely audible even in the cathedral's excellent acoustics. They're targeting younger victims now, children from broken homes who won't be quickly reported missing. Helena took detailed notes, asking questions that revealed her sophisticated understanding of criminal psychology and organizational structure. She was building not just assistance for this individual, but intelligence that could be used to disrupt ongoing trafficking operations. As the evening's consultations concluded, Bruce began to understand the full scope of what Helena had created. The confessional network was simultaneously a redemption program and an intelligence operation, offering genuine assistance to people leaving criminal lives, while gathering comprehensive information about ongoing criminal activities. How many people have you helped through this program? Bruce asked Helena as the last visitor departed. 47 successful transitions over the past 18 months. Helena replied, organizing her notes and materials. But success requires ongoing support. Leaving criminal life isn't a single decision. It's a process that continues for years. She showed Bruce a chart that tracked the individuals she'd assisted, noting their progress in legitimate employment, their continued safety from former criminal associates, their contributions to ongoing investigations of criminal activities. The network had evolved into a comprehensive support system that addressed every aspect of transitioning from criminal to legitimate life. The information you gather through these consultations, Bruce said. How do you use it? Helena gestured toward a collection of files that had grown throughout the evening. I've mapped every major criminal organization in Gotham through the testimonies of people who worked within them, family structures, operational methods, financial systems, territorial disputes, all documented by people who lived these realities and want to ensure others can escape them. Bruce studied the organizational charts Helena had developed, impressed by their comprehensiveness and accuracy. Traditional law enforcement intelligence was limited by what could be observed or legally obtained. But Helena's sources provided insider perspectives that revealed how criminal organizations actually functioned. This intelligence rivals anything law enforcement agencies possess, Bruce observed. It's better than official intelligence because it's provided by people who are motivated by redemption rather than reduced sentences, Helena replied. They're not trying to minimize their own culpability or protect former associates. They want to provide information that will genuinely help others escape the life they've left behind. As Helena prepared to conclude the evening's activities, she played another coded hymn on the cathedral organ. This piece seemed to serve as a closing signal, indicating that the night's services had ended and the cathedral was returning to its conventional sacred purposes. There's something else you should understand, Helena said as she secured her materials in the discreet cabinet. These people trust me because I understand the weight of violence in ways that social workers and law enforcement officers cannot. I've carried the burden of vengeance, struggled with the desire for retribution. When I tell them that redemption is possible, they believe me because they know I've walked a similar path. Bruce understood immediately. Helena's effectiveness with former criminals wasn't just due to her organizational skills or intelligence gathering abilities. It was rooted in her personal experience with violence and her journey toward using that experience constructively rather than destructively. Over the following weeks, Bruce found himself drawn repeatedly to the cathedral, observing Helena's network in operation and beginning to understand its broader implications. The individuals she assisted weren't just changing their own lives, they were disrupting criminal organizations by removing experienced members and providing intelligence that could prevent future crimes. The network's influence extended beyond the cathedral itself. Helena had established relationships with sympathetic employers who were willing to hire people with criminal backgrounds when properly vouched for. She'd developed connections with medical professionals who would treat former criminals without reporting their identities to authorities. She'd created a parallel support system that addressed needs the conventional system couldn't meet. But it was during his fourth visit to the cathedral that Bruce encountered something that challenged his understanding of Helena's work entirely. 3 of the people she'd previously assisted returned on the same night, all reporting similar experiences that suggested supernatural rather than psychological phenomena. The nightmares started 2 weeks ago, reported Marcus Chen, a former gang member who had been successfully transitioning to legitimate work. But they're not regular nightmares. I'm seeing my victims but knowing things about them I never learned when they were alive. The other 2 individuals described nearly identical experiences, dreams, where they encountered people they had harmed during their criminal careers, but with the victims possessing knowledge and personalities that were far more detailed than their actual interactions had been. Helena listened to each account with growing concern, taking notes that focused on similarities between the experiences rather than individual details. Bruce recognized her approach. She was treating these reports as intelligence rather than therapy, looking for patterns that might reveal external causes rather than internal psychological phenomena. The dreams are too consistent, Helena said after hearing all 3 accounts. Different people, different victims, but identical narrative structures and revelation patterns. This suggests external influence rather than naturally occurring guilt manifestation. Bruce found himself intrigued by Helena's analytical approach to what others might dismiss as psychological stress. Her intelligence background and criminal expertise were being applied to phenomena that most people would consider purely internal experiences. What kind of external influence could create shared dream experiences? Bruce asked. Helena consulted her notes, cross-referencing the timing of when the nightmares began with other activities her network had observed. Someone, or something that feeds on guilt and trauma. The individuals experiencing these dreams are all people who have genuinely committed to redemption. Their guilt is both intense and focused on constructive change. That combination might be attractive to certain types of psychic predators. The analysis continued over several nights, with Helena's network providing additional information about the dream experiences. A pattern emerged that was more disturbing than random supernatural harassment. The dreams were becoming more vivid and more detailed, providing information that the dreamers couldn't possibly possess through normal means. The victims in my dreams know things about their families that I never learned, explained Sarah Martinez, a former enforcer who had been making successful progress in her transition to legitimate life. They're describing their children's current activities, their spouses' new relationships, information that's accurate, but that I have no way of knowing. Bruce realized that the dream experiences weren't just psychological torture, but intelligence gathering of a different sort. Someone was using psychic manipulation to extract information from Helena's network, learning about their criminal backgrounds and current activities through manufactured guilt experiences. We need to protect the network, Bruce said, understanding the implications immediately. If someone can access their memories and current knowledge through these dream manipulations, the entire redemption program is compromised. Helena nodded grimly. More than that. If our sources' identities are revealed through psychic extraction, they become targets for retaliation from the criminal organizations they've left behind. The investigation into the source of the psychic attacks required Helena to draw on resources beyond her usual network. She contacted individuals with expertise in supernatural phenomena, cross-referencing the dream patterns with similar attacks that had occurred elsewhere in Gotham. Bruce contributed his own research capabilities, analyzing the timing and patterns of the attacks to identify potential sources. The psychic manipulation appeared to be targeted specifically at people seeking redemption from violent backgrounds, suggesting someone who was either monitoring Helena's network or had connections to the criminal organizations her sources had left behind. The breakthrough came when Isabella Romano reported a dream experience that included details about current criminal activities she couldn't possibly know through normal means. Her dream had shown her former associates planning operations that were still in development, suggesting that the psychic manipulation was flowing in both directions, extracting information from Helena's sources, while also providing information from their former criminal associates. Someone is using psychic connection to create a two-way intelligence flow, Helena realized. They're learning about our network, while also accessing current criminal planning from people still active in those organizations. Bruce understood the sophisticated nature of what they were confronting. This wasn't random, supernatural harassment, but a coordinated intelligence operation that used psychic manipulation to gather information from multiple sources simultaneously. The person responsible possessed both supernatural abilities and detailed knowledge of criminal organizations. The identity of their adversary became clear when Helena's research revealed similar psychic attacks on other redemption programs throughout Gotham. Dr. Jonathan Crane's former associate, a psychologist named Dr. Evelyn Marsh, had been experimenting with guilt-based manipulation techniques before disappearing from official records 18 months earlier. Dr. Marsh's psychological profile revealed someone who had become obsessed with the therapeutic potential of manipulated guilt experiences. Her research had focused on using artificially enhanced guilt to motivate behavioral change, but somewhere in her experiments, she had discovered how to extract and implant memories through psychic manipulation of guilt responses. She's feeding on their desire for redemption, Helena said as they reviewed Dr. Marsh's research notes that Bruce had obtained through Batman's resources, using their genuine remorse as a pathway to access their memories and experiences. The confrontation with Dr. Marsh required careful planning that prioritized protecting Helena's network over capturing the psychic manipulator. The individuals seeking redemption were vulnerable to continued attacks as long as Dr. Marsh remained free, but their safety was more important than justice in its traditional form. Helena developed a strategy that relied on the strength of her network rather than external intervention. She gathered the individuals who were experiencing psychic attacks and taught them collective resistance techniques based on shared support rather than individual psychological defense. Your guilt is real, and your desire for redemption is genuine, Helena explained to the assembled group in the cathedral's main nave. But guilt that motivates positive change is different from guilt that paralyzes and destroys. We're going to learn to distinguish between constructive remorse and manipulated self-destruction. The group sessions that followed demonstrated the power of community-based healing approaches. The individuals who were being psychically attacked found strength in shared experiences, supporting each other through the manipulation attempts while maintaining their commitment to redemptive change. Dr. Marsh's psychic attacks weakened as her targets developed collective resistance. The guilt she had been feeding on transformed into community strength, making her manipulation techniques ineffective against people who were supported by others who understood their experiences. The final confrontation occurred, not through violence, but through the simple act of the redemption network. refusing to be isolated by manufactured guilt. Dr. Marsh, deprived of the psychic energy she had been drawing from her victims, found her abilities diminished to the point where she could be safely apprehended by conventional law enforcement. The network is stronger now, Helena observed as the cathedral returned to its normal evening activities. They've learned that redemption is not just about individual change, but about community support and shared strength. Bruce understood that Helena had achieved something remarkable. Her confessional network had not only survived a sophisticated attack, but had emerged with enhanced cohesion and effectiveness. The shared experience of resisting psychic manipulation had strengthened the bonds between network members and validated Helena's approach to redemption through community rather than individual therapy. In the months that followed, the confessional network continued to grow and evolve. The experience with Dr. Marsh had taught Helena and her associates important lessons about protecting people in transition from criminal to legitimate lives. The network developed better security protocols, more comprehensive support systems, and stronger community bonds that made it resistant to various forms of external manipulation. Bruce found himself incorporating lessons from Helena's network into his own crime-fighting approach. The intelligence gathered through redemption consultations provided insights into criminal organizations that complemented his technological surveillance capabilities. More importantly, Helena had demonstrated that justice could be achieved through healing and transformation rather than punishment and incarceration. The cathedral became a permanent fixture in Bruce's understanding of Gotham's protective networks. Helena's midnight vigils had created something unique, a space where people seeking redemption could find practical assistance while contributing to ongoing efforts to disrupt criminal activities. It was justice served through compassion rather than retribution, but it was no less effective for being gentle. "You've created a new model for criminal justice," Bruce told Helena as they stood in the cathedral during one of her quiet midnight services. "One that transforms rather than simply punishes." Helena smiled, watching as former criminals worked together to support newcomers seeking to leave their old lives behind. "I've created what should have always existed: recognition that people can change when they're given genuine opportunities to do something better with their knowledge and experience." The confessional network had become more than a redemption program. It was a comprehensive alternative to traditional criminal justice, offering former criminals the possibility of genuine transformation while protecting society through intelligence gathering and community-based crime prevention. Helena had proven that the most effective protection sometimes came not from preventing people from doing harm, but from helping them choose to do good instead. While Helena Bertinelli's midnight vigils offered redemption through spoken confession and community support, another defender of Gotham had discovered a completely different form of communication flowing through the city's shadows. In the classrooms and corridors of Gotham School for the Deaf, Dinah Lance was learning to read the visual language that revealed criminal activities invisible to those who relied on sound, uncovering an archive of evidence that existed in pure silence. Join us for the Silent Song. The December snow fell silently over Gotham, blanketing the city in a white shroud that muffled the usual cacophony of urban life. For most of Gotham's residents, the quiet was temporary, a brief respite from the constant noise that defined metropolitan existence. But for some, silence was not an absence of sound. It was a different kind of communication entirely, one that revealed truths hidden from those who relied on hearing to understand their world. Bruce Wayne stood outside the Gotham School for the Deaf as the evening shift arrived, watching through tall windows as classrooms that had been empty moments before filled with animated conversation. The communication he observed was visual rather than auditory, hands and faces expressing thoughts with a fluency and complexity that challenged his assumptions about how information traveled through human communities. His interest in the school had been sparked by surveillance footage that showed Dinah Lance visiting the facility with unusual frequency, not as Black Canary, whose sonic abilities might seem paradoxical in this environment, but as a civilian volunteer who moved through the school with the comfort of someone completely integrated into its community. The footage revealed something more intriguing. Dinah's sign language fluency was not basic conversational ability, but sophisticated mastery that allowed her to participate in rapid, complex discussions with students and staff. Dr. Jin Watanabe met Bruce at the school's main entrance, his weathered hands moving in fluid introduction even as he spoke aloud for Bruce's benefit. The elderly historian served as the school's cultural coordinator, maintaining records and traditions that connected current students with decades of deaf community history in Gotham. Dinah has been teaching our evening poetry workshop for 8 months, Doctor, Watanabe explained as they walked through corridors lined with visual art that incorporated sign language into its aesthetic elements. But her interest extends beyond literature. She's been documenting our community's unique perspective on the city itself. They paused before a bulletin board that displayed photographs and drawings created by students, each piece capturing Gotham from angles and with attention to details that Bruce found surprisingly revealing. A photograph of a street corner emphasized the patterns of foot traffic and the positioning of security cameras. A drawing of a building facade highlighted architectural modifications that suggested purposes beyond the structure's official function. Your students see the city differently, Bruce observed. Dr. Watanabe nodded, his expression thoughtful. When you cannot rely on auditory information, you develop enhanced attention to visual details that hearing people overlook. Our students notice things, patterns, inconsistencies, changes because their survival has always depended on reading visual cues that others miss. As if summoned by their conversation, Dinah Lance appeared in the hallway, her hands moving in greeting to Dr. Watanabe before she noticed Bruce's presence. Her surprise was brief, quickly replaced by the calculating expression Bruce recognized from their shared missions. I wondered when you'd become curious about my teaching work, Dinah said, switching seamlessly between spoken English and sign language as other community members joined their conversation. Bruce found himself surrounded by a group that communicated through a combination of visual methods, traditional American Sign Language, modified signs that seemed specific to this community, and subtle gestures that conveyed meaning through positioning and movement. Even without understanding the specific content, he could recognize the sophisticated nature of their communication system. Dr. Watanabe mentioned you're documenting community perspectives on the city, Bruce said. I'm interested in understanding what that documentation reveals. Dinah exchanged a series of rapid signs with Dr. Watanabe before responding. The deaf community has maintained visual records of Gotham for decades. Things we observe that audio-based surveillance systems miss, patterns we recognize because we're trained to read visual information that hearing people dismiss as background noise. She led the group to a classroom that had been converted into an archive, its walls lined with filing cabinets and display cases that contained decades of community-generated documentation. Photographs, drawings, maps, and written observations created a comprehensive record of Gotham as experienced by people who navigated the city through visual rather than auditory information. This is the silent archive, Doctor, Watanabe explained, gesturing toward the collection with obvious pride. Maintained by our community for over 40 years, documenting changes in the city that official records often overlook. Bruce moved through the archive, studying materials that revealed Gotham from perspectives he had never considered. Maps showed the city organized by visual landmarks rather than street names. Photographs captured architectural details that indicated building modifications over time. Written observations documented patterns of activity that were invisible to traditional surveillance methods. One section of the archive focused specifically on what the community called sound crimes, criminal activities that relied on audio communication or sonic manipulation. The documentation revealed a category of illegal activity that Bruce's technology-based surveillance had never fully captured. Sound crimes? Bruce asked, studying a collection of photographs that showed individuals in apparently normal conversation, but with subtle visual cues suggesting coercion or coordination. Criminal activities that exist purely through audio manipulation, Dinah explained. Ultrasonic weapons that cause disorientation without visible effects. Coded audio messages transmitted through seemingly normal radio broadcasts. Vocal manipulation techniques that influence behavior through specific frequency patterns. She showed Bruce documentation of crimes that had been solved through visual observation of their audio-based elements. Deaf community members had photographed individuals whose body language indicated they were receiving audio instructions, captured images of equipment that generated inaudible sound weapons, documented patterns of behavior that revealed audio-based coordination systems. Traditional law enforcement misses these crimes because they focus on what can be heard or seen through conventional surveillance, Dr. Watanabe added. Our community documents the visual signatures of audio-based criminal activity. Bruce found himself studying a particular collection of photographs that showed what appeared to be random street scenes, but revealed coordination patterns when examined carefully. Groups of people positioned at specific locations. Individuals making gestures that seemed casual but occurred with mathematical precision. Movements that suggested choreographed activity, despite the absence of visible communication. These photographs show criminal coordination, Bruce realized. But the coordination is happening through audio channels that your community can't hear, but can observe through behavioral analysis. Dinah nodded, her expression serious. We've been tracking this particular network for 3 months. They use sophisticated audio coordination to plan and execute crimes, while remaining invisible to traditional surveillance. Security cameras record their activities but miss the communication methods that make their coordination possible. The implications were staggering. Bruce was looking at evidence of criminal networks that operated through communication methods his surveillance systems couldn't detect. Coordination that was invisible to anyone who relied on conventional intelligence gathering approaches. Maya Okafor joined their conversation, a teenager whose visual memory had contributed significantly to the archive's crime-related documentation. Her signing was rapid and precise, conveying information with the efficiency of someone accustomed to being the primary source for visual intelligence in group settings. Maya has helped solve several cases by remembering visual details that others missed. Dinah translated as Maya's hands moved through complex explanations. Her memory for faces, locations, and temporal sequences is remarkable, but more importantly, she understands how to recognize significant details within apparently routine visual information. Maya began pulling specific files from the archive, assembling a collection of materials that told the story of a single investigation. The case involved a series of thefts that had occurred across Gotham with no apparent connection, no shared methods, and no evidence of coordination between the perpetrators. But Maya's visual documentation revealed the hidden connection. Photographs taken at each crime scene showed individuals who appeared to be random bystanders, but whose positioning and behavior indicated they were receiving coordinated instructions. The crimes weren't random, they were elements of a larger operation coordinated through audio channels that were invisible to conventional investigation. The perpetrators were using modified hearing aids to receive ultrasonic instructions. Dinah explained as Maya's documentation made the pattern clear. They appeared to be working independently, but they were actually following coordinated commands transmitted at frequencies that most surveillance equipment can't detect. Bruce studied Maya's photographs with growing appreciation for her observational skills. She had captured not just the criminal acts themselves, but the environmental context that revealed their coordinated nature, facial expressions that indicated people were listening to something others couldn't hear, body positioning that suggested response to audio cues, temporal patterns that showed apparently random crimes were actually precisely timed elements of larger operations. How many similar cases has the archive documented? Bruce asked. Dr. Watanabe consulted records that tracked the archive's contributions to criminal investigations. Over the past decade, our community's visual documentation has provided evidence for 63 cases involving audio-based criminal coordination. In 41 of those cases, our evidence was the primary factor that allowed law enforcement to understand the true scope of the criminal operations. Bruce found himself reconsidering everything he thought he understood about criminal surveillance and intelligence gathering. The deaf community's archive represented a parallel intelligence system that captured criminal activities invisible to conventional law enforcement methods. "I want to learn your observation techniques," Bruce said suddenly. "If criminal networks are using audio coordination that conventional surveillance misses, I need to understand how to detect and document their visual signatures." Dinah and Dr. Watanabe exchanged signs before responding. Their conversation was rapid and complex, involving multiple community members who contributed perspectives on sharing their specialized knowledge with someone from outside their community. "Learning to observe like the deaf community requires more than techniques, Doctor," Watanabe said finally. "It requires understanding how to process visual information when audio input is unavailable or unreliable. That's not just a skill set. It's a different way of experiencing and interpreting the world." Over the following weeks, Bruce immersed himself in learning the visual observation methods that the deaf community had developed over decades of necessity. The training was more challenging than he had anticipated, requiring him to suppress his habitual reliance on audio information and develop enhanced attention to visual details that he had previously dismissed as irrelevant. Dinah served as his primary instructor, teaching him to recognize the subtle visual cues that indicated audio-based coordination, facial expressions that suggested people were listening to instructions, body language that revealed response to sonic manipulation, environmental changes that indicated the presence of sound-based weapons or communication systems. "The key is understanding that every audio-based activity has visual signatures," Dinah explained during one of their training sessions. "People receiving audio instructions show specific patterns of attention and response. Equipment that generates or transmits sound creates visual disturbances in the environment. Even ultrasonic weapons produce observable effects on their targets." The training took place throughout Gotham, with Bruce learning to observe the city from the perspectives that the deaf community had developed. He visited locations where audio-based crimes had been documented, studying the environmental factors that revealed criminal coordination invisible to conventional surveillance. Maya accompanied them on many of these training expeditions, her exceptional visual memory serving as a teaching tool for recognizing significant details. She showed Bruce how to identify the differences between random behavior and coordinated activity, how to recognize equipment modifications that indicated sonic capabilities, how to track patterns of movement that suggested audio-based coordination. Maya sees connections that others miss because she processes all visual information as potentially significant, Dinah explained as they observed a street corner where multiple crimes had been coordinated through ultrasonic communication. When you can't rely on audio cues to filter visual information, you develop comprehensive attention to environmental details. Bruce found his understanding of Gotham transforming as he learned to observe the city through visual primary rather than audio supplemented perception. Criminal activities that had seemed random or disconnected revealed coordination patterns. Seemingly normal locations showed signs of modification for acoustic manipulation. Ordinary interactions contained visual cues that indicated sonic coercion or control. The breakthrough in his training came when Bruce successfully identified an ongoing criminal operation through purely visual observation. A series of apparently unrelated thefts across the financial district showed coordination patterns that suggested audio-based planning, despite the absence of conventional evidence for communication between the perpetrators. Using techniques learned from the deaf community, Bruce documented the visual signatures of the coordinated criminal activity, photographs showing perpetrators responding to inaudible cues, observations of environmental modifications that indicated ultrasonic transmission equipment, analysis of timing patterns that revealed audio-based synchronization. "You're learning to see sound," Dinah observed as Bruce assembled his documentation of the criminal network. Understanding how audio-based activities create visual evidence, even when the sound itself is undetectable. The investigation culminated in a joint operation between Batman's technological surveillance and the deaf community's visual intelligence methods. The criminal network was revealed to be far more extensive than conventional investigation had suggested, coordinating activities across multiple boroughs through sophisticated sonic communication systems. But the criminals had made a crucial error. They had assumed that their audio-based coordination methods were invisible to surveillance, not realizing that the deaf community had been documenting their activities through visual observation for months. The silent archive contained comprehensive evidence of their operations, captured by people who were naturally immune to their sonic manipulation techniques. They never considered that silence might be a form of protection. Maya signed as the criminal network was dismantled. They built their operations around manipulating hearing, but they couldn't manipulate people who don't rely on sound for information. Bruce found himself studying the broader implications of what the deaf community had taught him. Their visual observation methods revealed criminal activities that were completely invisible to conventional surveillance systems. More importantly, they demonstrated that effective intelligence gathering required multiple approaches, different ways of perceiving and processing information about criminal activities. The partnership between Batman's technological capabilities and the deaf community's visual intelligence methods proved remarkably effective. Cases that had remained unsolved for months were resolved within weeks. Once visual documentation revealed coordination patterns that audio-based surveillance had missed. Dr. Watanabe began sharing selected materials from the silent archive with law enforcement agencies, providing training in visual recognition techniques that complemented conventional investigation methods. The deaf community's specialized knowledge became a resource for understanding criminal activities that operated through manipulation of sound and hearing. "We've always been natural intelligence gatherers, Doctor," Watanabe explained as the partnership expanded. "Our survival has depended on reading visual information that others miss. Now that knowledge serves the broader community's protection." Bruce established a formal partnership between the Wayne Foundation and Gotham School for the Deaf, providing resources for expanding the silent archive, while supporting educational programs that trained law enforcement and security personnel in visual observation techniques developed by the deaf community. The collaboration revealed new categories of criminal activity that had been previously invisible to law enforcement. Sonic harassment campaigns that targeted specific individuals, ultrasonic manipulation systems that influenced behavior in commercial and public spaces, audio-based coordination networks that allowed criminal organizations to operate with apparent independence while maintaining centralized control. The criminals assumed that silence was absence, Dinah observed as they reviewed the expanded scope of their investigations. They never realized that silence could be a different kind of perception, one that revealed things sound couldn't capture. Maya's role in the partnership evolved as her exceptional visual memory proved invaluable for connecting cases across different time periods and locations. Her ability to recognize faces, locations, and behavioral patterns created continuity in investigations that might otherwise have been treated as separate incidents. Bruce found himself spending considerable time at the school, learning not just observation techniques but the cultural perspectives that made those techniques effective. The deaf community's approach to information gathering was fundamentally different from conventional intelligence methods, based on comprehensive visual attention rather than targeted surveillance. "You're learning to think in silence," Dinah said during one of their training sessions. Understanding how information flows through visual channels when audio communication is unavailable or unreliable. The visual communication system that Bruce learned to recognize extended far beyond formal sign language. The deaf community had developed subtle gesture codes, lighting patterns, and positioning systems that allowed for complex coordination without audio communication. These methods proved remarkably effective for coordinating law enforcement activities in environments where conventional radio communication might be compromised. One particularly sophisticated criminal operation was revealed when Maya's visual documentation showed coordination patterns that suggested the criminals were using the deaf community's own visual communication methods for their coordination. They had infiltrated and corrupted part of the visual communication system, using it for criminal coordination, while remaining invisible to audio-based surveillance. "They learned our visual language, but not our values, Doctor," Watanabe observed as the extent of the infiltration became clear. "They could mimic our communication methods, but couldn't understand the community relationships that make those methods trustworthy." The response to this infiltration demonstrated the strength of the deaf community's social networks. Rather than abandoning their visual communication systems, they developed new signs and codes that excluded the infiltrators while maintaining their ability to coordinate community activities and intelligence gathering. Maya played a crucial role in this adaptation, using her visual memory to identify individuals who were using deaf community communication methods without being integrated into community relationships. Her ability to recognize authentic community members versus outsiders using learned signs became essential for maintaining the security of their communication systems. Maya sees not just what people are signing, but how they sign it, Dinah explained as they worked to document the infiltration network. She recognizes the difference between native fluency and learned mimicry, between community integration and external adoption of communication methods. The investigation of the infiltrated communication system revealed the most sophisticated criminal network Bruce had encountered. The criminals had spent months learning deaf community visual language, infiltrating their communication systems, and using their own methods against them for coordination of illegal activities. But the criminals had underestimated the depth of community relationships that supported the visual communication system. The deaf community's response was swift and comprehensive, adapting their communication methods while providing law enforcement with detailed documentation of the infiltration attempts. "They could learn our signs but not our history, Doctor," Watanabe said as the criminal network was dismantled. "Our communication system is built on decades of shared experience, community relationships, cultural understanding. You can't infiltrate that. You can only learn to respect it and be welcomed into it." The resolution of the infiltration case marked a turning point in Bruce's understanding of intelligence gathering and community protection. The deaf community had demonstrated that the most effective security came not from excluding others, but from building authentic relationships that made infiltration attempts obvious and ineffective. Bruce established permanent liaison relationships between Batman's operations and the deaf community's intelligence networks, creating formal channels for sharing information while respecting the community's autonomy and cultural integrity. The Silent Archive became a recognized resource for law enforcement agencies throughout Gotham. "You've learned to hear silence," Dinah said, as they reviewed the successes of their expanded partnership. "Understanding that absence of sound doesn't mean absence of communication. That visual information can reveal truths that audio surveillance misses." Maya's contributions to their investigative work earned her recognition as one of Gotham's most effective intelligence analysts, her visual memory and community knowledge providing insights that complemented technological surveillance capabilities. Her work demonstrated that intelligence gathering was most effective when it combined different approaches and perspectives. The partnership between Batman's technological resources and the deaf community's visual intelligence methods became a model for inclusive law enforcement approaches. Other communities with specialized knowledge began contributing their unique perspectives to criminal investigation efforts, creating a comprehensive intelligence network that reflected Gotham's diversity. Bruce found himself regularly returning to the Gotham School for the Deaf, not just for intelligence purposes, but for the perspective the community provided on communication, observation, and community protection. Their approach to information gathering through visual attention and community collaboration offered lessons that extended far beyond criminal investigation. The deaf community teaches us that protection comes through understanding different ways of perceiving threats. Bruce reflected as he observed an evening poetry workshop where students shared visual narratives about their experiences of the city. They've shown that effective intelligence requires multiple kinds of attention, different ways of processing information about our environment. The Silent Archive continued to grow, documenting Gotham from perspectives that revealed criminal activities invisible to conventional surveillance. The deaf community's contributions to law enforcement demonstrated that the most effective protection came from recognizing and valuing the unique knowledge that different communities brought to understanding urban challenges. As winter deepened over Gotham, Bruce often found himself in the quiet corridors of the school, surrounded by communication that flowed through visual channels and community relationships rather than sound and individual observation. The silence he had initially perceived as absence had revealed itself as a different kind of fullness, one that contained information and insights unavailable through audio-based perception. The deaf community had taught him that silence was not empty, but rich with information for those who knew how to read it. Their visual intelligence network had revealed criminal activities that sound-based surveillance missed, demonstrated communication methods that were more secure than conventional approaches, and showed that community-based intelligence gathering was more comprehensive than individual investigation. "You understand now." Dr. Watanabe signed as Bruce prepared to leave after another evening of collaboration. "That silence speaks as clearly as sound, just in a different language." Bruce nodded, his own signing still imperfect but improving through practice and community patience. The deaf community had expanded his understanding of intelligence, observation, and community protection in ways that would influence his work for years to come. While Dinah Lance learned to read the visual language that revealed criminal activities hidden from hearing ears, another guardian of Gotham walked among the city's most desperate locations, not to prevent tragedy, but to bear witness to it. In the shadows of suicide bridges and abandoned buildings where hope had ended, Jean-Paul Valley documented the final words of the lost, discovering that Gotham's accumulated despair was forming a message that led to something feeding on the city's darkest moments. Join us for Faith and Shadow. The January wind carried more than winter's chill. as it swept across Gotham's highest bridges and through the broken windows of abandoned buildings where hope had come to die. Jean-Paul Valley moved through these spaces with the measured steps of someone who had walked among the desperate for so long that their anguish no longer overwhelmed him, though it never ceased to move him. His presence in these locations wasn't prevention in the traditional sense. He rarely arrived in time to stop what brought people to such places. Instead, he came to bear witness, to ensure that final moments weren't lost to silence and forgetting. Bruce Wayne had been tracking Jean-Paul's nocturnal activities for weeks, trying to understand why the former Azrael visited suicide sites with such regularity. The pattern was consistent, but puzzling. Jean-Paul would arrive at locations hours or sometimes days after tragedies had occurred, remaining for extended periods in what appeared to be meditation or prayer. But surveillance footage revealed something more active than simple mourning. Jean-Paul took notes, sketched architectural details, and occasionally spoke aloud to empty air with the intensity of someone engaged in actual conversation. The Morrison Street Bridge provided Bruce with his first direct observation of Jean-Paul's work. The Gothic span had claimed 17 lives over the past 5 years, making it one of Gotham's most notorious suicide sites. Bruce positioned himself in the shadows of the bridge's stonework, watching as Jean-Paul approached the railing where the most recent tragedy had occurred just 2 days earlier. Jean-Paul moved with reverence rather than investigation, his hands touching surfaces that might have been touched by someone in their final moments. But what struck Bruce was the way Jean-Paul paused periodically, tilting his head as if listening to something beyond the wind and traffic. His note-taking wasn't random documentation, but appeared to be transcription, as though he were recording words spoken by voices only he could hear. Thomas Garrett, age 34, unemployed for 8 months. Jean, Paul said quietly, his voice barely audible above the ambient city noise. Survived by a sister in Coast City, who doesn't know he's gone yet. His last thought wasn't about the fall, it was wondering if anyone would remember that he used to make his nephew laugh by doing silly voices for cartoon characters. Bruce realized that Jean-Paul wasn't speaking to empty air, but documenting information that couldn't possibly be obtained through conventional means. The level of personal detail suggested either extensive research into each victim or access to information through decidedly unconventional sources. Dr. Lila Desai met Bruce at Gotham General's psychiatric wing 3 days later, her expression carrying the weight of someone who had spent years trying to understand the intersection of faith, mental health, and supernatural experience. As one of the city's most respected psychiatrists, she had worked with Jean-Paul on multiple occasions, helping him process the psychological implications of his unique abilities. Jean, Paul's perception of what he calls death echoes, is unlike anything in conventional psychiatric literature. Doctor, Desai explained as they walked through corridors that had seen countless individuals struggling with thoughts of self-harm. He describes experiencing psychic impressions left by people who died in states of extreme despair. But his interpretation of these experiences is theological rather than purely psychological. She showed Bruce excerpts from the massive manuscript that Jean-Paul had been writing for over 2 years. A theological exploration of suicide, despair, and the possibility of peace after death. The work combined philosophical rigor with personal testimony, examining whether final moments of anguish could be transformed into something that served healing rather than perpetuating trauma. His approach is unusual but remarkably effective, Dr. Desai continued. Jean, Paul doesn't try to prevent suicides through traditional intervention methods. Instead, he acknowledges the psychic residue left by those who have died, somehow granting peace to these impressions in ways that transform the locations themselves. The manuscript pages Bruce reviewed were filled with transcribed final thoughts, but arranged and analyzed with scholarly precision. Jean-Paul had organized these last words by themes, psychological patterns, and spiritual implications, creating a comprehensive study of human despair and the search for meaning in final moments. "How do you verify the accuracy of what he transcribes?" Bruce asked. Dr. Desai consulted her files, pulling out case studies that had involved Jean-Paul's unusual assistance. "We've confirmed details in 43 cases where Jean-Paul's transcriptions included information that was later verified through family interviews, personal effects, or circumstances surrounding the deaths. His accuracy rate is remarkable. But more importantly, his presence seems to create measurable changes in the locations themselves." She showed Bruce documentation of a phenomenon that challenged conventional understanding of both psychology and environmental influence. Suicide sites where Jean-Paul had conducted his vigils showed statistically significant decreases in subsequent suicide attempts. The changes weren't dramatic enough to be obvious, but they were consistent enough to suggest genuine environmental transformation. Locations that had been attracting desperate individuals for years become less psychologically oppressive after Jean-Paul's vigils. "Dr. Desai explained, "People report that these sites feel different, less charged with despair, less likely to amplify suicidal ideation." Bruce found himself studying photographs taken at various suicide sites before and after Jean-Paul's visits. The images were identical in terms of physical structure, but something indefinable had changed in the atmosphere of the locations. Lighting seemed softer, shadows less threatening, the overall emotional tone somehow lighter, despite the tragic history. "What does Jean-Paul believe is happening during his vigils?" Bruce asked. "He describes it as bearing witness to final testimonies that would otherwise be lost to silence." Dr. Desai replied, "His theological framework suggests that acknowledging these death echoes with respect and understanding somehow grants peace to the psychic impressions, allowing the departed to release their hold on the physical locations where they died." The explanation challenged Bruce's rational worldview, but the documented results were difficult to dismiss. Whatever Jean-Paul was doing, it was having measurable positive effects on locations that had been associated with multiple tragedies. Thomas Garrett contacted Dr. Desai's office a week later, reporting an experience that provided unexpected validation for Jean-Paul's work. The man had been planning to end his life at the Morrison Street Bridge when something about the location made him reconsider. The oppressive feeling that had drawn him there had lifted, replaced by what he described as a sense of acknowledged sorrow rather than overwhelming despair. "I felt like someone had been there who understood," Thomas explained during his interview with Dr. Desai. "Not someone trying to talk me out of it or convince me things would get better, but someone who had listened to people like me and honored what they had to say." Thomas's description matched reports from other individuals who had visited suicide sites after Jean-Paul's vigils. The locations retained their sadness but had lost their psychological magnetism for people experiencing suicidal ideation. The sites had been transformed from places that amplified despair into spaces that acknowledged it without encouraging it. Bruce began accompanying Dr. Desai on her research visits to locations where Jean-Paul conducted his work, trying to understand both the process and its effects. The pattern was consistent across multiple sites. Jean-Paul would arrive within days of a suicide, remain for several hours in apparent communion with invisible presences, and leave behind locations that felt fundamentally different despite no physical changes. The death echoes speak to him because his own relationship with violence and death creates resonance. Dr. Desai observed as they stood in an abandoned building where 3 suicides had occurred over the past year. His experience with the system's programming, his struggles with religious faith, his own proximity to despair, all of it allows him to perceive and interact with psychic impressions that others can't access. Jean-Paul's theological manuscript revealed the depth of his engagement with these phenomena. He wasn't simply documenting final words, but analyzing them for patterns that might reveal universal aspects of human despair and the search for meaning in suffering. His work suggested that suicidal ideation often contained spiritual elements that conventional psychological treatment couldn't address. The desperate seek not just an end to pain, but acknowledgement of their suffering's validity. Paul had written in one particularly insightful passage, "Death echoes persist because final testimonies remain unheard, unwitnessed, unacknowledged. Bearing witness to these testimonies serves not the living but the dead, granting them the recognition they sought in life but found only in death." The manuscript contained hundreds of transcribed final thoughts, but organized thematically rather than chronologically. Jean-Paul had identified recurring patterns in suicidal despair, themes of invisibility, meaninglessness, and spiritual disconnection that appeared across different demographics and circumstances. But it was during Bruce's fourth observation of Jean-Paul's work that he encountered something that challenged his understanding of what they were dealing with. At the Riverside warehouse, where 4 suicides had occurred over 18 months, Jean-Paul's usual process of acknowledgement and transcription took an unexpected turn. "The echoes are forming words, John," Paul said suddenly, his voice carrying urgency rather than the usual reverent calm. Not individual final thoughts, but collective communication. The accumulated despair is trying to tell us something. Bruce watched as Jean-Paul moved through the abandoned building with increasing agitation, stopping at locations where deaths had occurred and listening with intense concentration. His transcription became rapid, almost frantic, as though he were trying to capture communication that was becoming more coherent and more urgent. "Coordinates, Jean," Paul said finally, looking up from his notes with an expression of disturbed understanding. "The death echoes are providing geographic coordinates, locations throughout Gotham where despair is being artificially concentrated." The implications were staggering. If Jean-Paul's perceptions were accurate, something was manipulating Gotham's patterns of suicidal ideation, concentrating despair at specific locations for unknown purposes. The death echoes weren't just residual psychic impressions, but were actively trying to communicate information about this manipulation. Dr. Desai reviewed Jean-Paul's transcriptions with growing concern, cross-referencing the coordinates with suicide statistics and psychological profiles of recent victims. A pattern emerged that was more disturbing than random tragedy. The locations Jean-Paul had identified showed statistical anomalies that suggested external influence on suicidal behavior. "These sites have suicide rates that are mathematically improbable," Dr. Desai said as she analyzed the data. "The clustering, the demographics, the timing, everything suggests that suicidal ideation is being artificially amplified in these specific areas." Bruce realized they were confronting something far more sinister than random urban tragedy. If Dr. Desai's analysis was correct, someone had been feeding on Gotham's despair for years, manipulating vulnerable individuals and concentrating their final anguish at specific locations where it could be harvested. The investigation that followed required combining Jean-Paul's supernatural perceptions with conventional detective work. Bruce used his resources to research the history of the coordinate locations, looking for common ownership patterns, unusual psychological phenomena, or connections to individuals or organizations that might benefit from concentrated human despair. The breakthrough came when Jean-Paul's vigils at multiple sites revealed a consistent pattern in the death echo communications. The accumulated despair was trying to warn about someone who had been present at multiple suicide locations, someone whose presence had amplified rather than acknowledged the final anguish of the desperate. Dr. Marcus Vale, Bruce said, presenting his research to Jean, Paul, and Dr. Desai, former associate of Dr. Crane, specializes in fear and despair psychology, disappeared from academic records 3 years ago, but property records show he owns or has access to 7 of the locations where the death echoes are concentrated. Dr. Vale's psychological profile revealed someone who had become obsessed with the therapeutic potential of extreme emotional states, particularly the clarity and intensity that some individuals experience during suicidal crises. His research had focused on whether final moments of despair contained insights that could be harvested and used for psychological manipulation. He's been feeding on their final moments. Jean Paul realized, his understanding of the death echoes suddenly crystallizing into horrifying clarity. Not just observing or studying suicide, but actively cultivating it at specific locations where he can harvest the psychic energy released during final moments of despair. The revelation transformed Jean-Paul's vigils from acts of witness and healing into something more urgent. The death echoes weren't just seeking acknowledgement, they were trying to expose a predator who had been exploiting their final anguish for years. Dr. Vale's operation proved more sophisticated than simple psychological predation. He had created a network of locations throughout Gotham that were designed to attract and concentrate suicidal ideation, subliminal audio systems that amplified despair, architectural modifications that enhanced psychological oppression, even chemical treatments that made certain areas feel emotionally toxic to vulnerable individuals. He's turned suicide into a harvesting operation, Dr. Desai said as they reviewed evidence of Dr. Vale's activities, creating artificial concentration of suicidal despair at locations where he can study and feed on the psychic energy released during final moments. The confrontation with Dr. Vale required Jean-Paul to use his unique abilities not for healing but for active intervention. The death echoes that had been trying to communicate warnings about their exploitation became allies in exposing and stopping the predator who had been feeding on their final anguish. Jean-Paul's approach to confronting Dr. Vale demonstrated the evolution of his relationship with the system's programming and his religious faith. Rather than relying on violence or technological superiority, he used his ability to commune with death echoes to turn Dr. Vale's own harvesting network against him. The desperate you exploited want justice, Jean, Paul said, as he confronted Dr. Vale in the warehouse that served as the center of his operation. Their final testimonies demand acknowledgement, not consumption. Their accumulated anguish has become a force for protection rather than destruction. The battle that followed was psychological rather than physical, with Jean-Paul channeling the collective testimony of Dr. Vale's victims to overwhelm the predator's ability to feed on despair. The death echoes that had been trapped and exploited for years were finally granted the acknowledgement they had been seeking, their release serving to neutralize the artificial despair amplification systems that Dr. Vale had created. Dr. Vale's defeat came not through violence, but through the collective power of acknowledged suffering. The death echoes that had been trying to warn about his predation were finally heard, their testimonies serving justice rather than being consumed by it. In the weeks that followed, Jean-Paul continued his vigils, with renewed understanding of their purpose and power. The death echoes were no longer just psychic impressions seeking acknowledgement, but active partners in protecting others from the kind of exploitation they had suffered. The locations that Dr. Vale had modified for despair harvesting were transformed through Jean-Paul's expanded vigils. Rather than simply acknowledging individual final testimonies, he was now facilitating collective healing that turned sites of exploitation into spaces of memorial and protection. Bruce found himself regularly joining Jean-Paul during his vigils, learning to understand the theological implications of bearing witness to human despair while working to prevent its exploitation. The manuscript that Jean-Paul continued writing had evolved from academic study into practical guide for recognizing and combating psychological predation. The death echoes teach us that suffering seeks acknowledgement, not exploitation. Jean-Paul explained as he worked on a passage about collective healing through witness testimony. When final testimonies are heard with respect rather than consumed with greed, they transform from expressions of despair into forces for protection. Dr. Desai's research documented the measurable effects of Jean-Paul's expanded work. Suicide rates across Gotham showed statistically significant decreases, particularly at locations where despair had been artificially concentrated. The psychological atmosphere of the city itself seemed lighter, as though a burden that had been carried for years had finally been lifted. The theological manuscript that Jean-Paul had begun as academic exploration evolved into something more practical and immediate. His documentation of death echoes became a guide for mental health professionals, offering insights into the spiritual dimensions of suicidal despair that conventional treatment methods often missed. Jean-Paul has demonstrated that effective intervention sometimes requires addressing not just individual psychology, but collective spiritual health. Dr. Desai observed as they reviewed the broader implications of his work. His ability to bear witness to final testimonies creates healing that extends beyond individual cases to influence the psychological environment of entire communities. Thomas Garrett, whose life had been saved by the transformation of his chosen suicide site, became one of several individuals who worked with Jean-Paul to establish ongoing support networks for people experiencing suicidal ideation. Their approach combined conventional crisis intervention with spiritual acknowledgement of the validity of psychological suffering. Jean-Paul taught me that despair seeks witness, not dismissal, Thomas explained, as he described his work with other suicide survivors. Sometimes the most healing thing you can offer someone is acknowledgement that their pain is real and their struggle is valid, even if you're working to help them find alternatives to ending their life. The network of survivors and supporters that grew around Jean-Paul's work created a new model for suicide prevention, one that honored the spiritual dimensions of despair while providing practical assistance for finding meaning and purpose in continued existence. Bruce established formal support for Jean-Paul's work through Wayne Foundation mental health initiatives, providing resources for expanding his vigil network and training other individuals to recognize and combat psychological predation. The theological manuscript became the foundation for training programs that helped mental health professionals understand the spiritual elements of suicidal crisis. Jean-Paul's vigils continued throughout Gotham, but they had evolved from individual acts of witness into community healing practices. The death echoes that had once been trapped in cycles of unacknowledged despair became guides for protecting others from similar exploitation and suffering. The dead teach the living about the value of testimony. Jean-Paul wrote in the conclusion of his theological manuscript, "When final words are heard with respect, rather than consumed with greed, they transform from expressions of despair into forces for healing. The echo of acknowledged suffering becomes a song of protection for those who still struggle with the weight of existence." The silent archive at Gotham School for the Deaf included a section dedicated to Jean-Paul's work, documenting the visual signs that indicated locations where despair was being artificially amplified. The deaf community's visual intelligence complemented Jean-Paul's spiritual perceptions, creating comprehensive protection against psychological predation. Bruce often found himself in quiet contemplation of what Jean-Paul had taught him about the relationship between witnessing and healing, between acknowledgement and transformation. The death echoes had demonstrated that even final testimonies of despair could become forces for protecting others when they were heard with proper respect and understanding. The sites throughout Gotham that had once attracted the desperate through artificial amplification of despair had been transformed into spaces of memorial and healing. Jean-Paul's vigils continued, but they now served as community gathering places where the living could honor the departed, while finding strength to continue their own struggles with existence. As winter gave way to spring, Bruce watched Jean-Paul conducting a vigil at the Morrison Street Bridge, where Thomas Garrett had once planned to end his life. The location had been completely transformed, still acknowledging the sadness of those who had died there, but no longer amplifying despair for those who remained living. The death echoes had found their peace through acknowledgement, and in that peace, they had become guardians against the kind of exploitation they had suffered. Jean-Paul's theological manuscript continued to grow, documenting not just individual testimonies, but the collective wisdom that emerged from properly witnessed suffering. Faith, Jean, Paul said as he concluded the evening's vigil, is not the absence of despair, but the transformation of despair into something that serves protection rather than destruction. The shadows teach us that even final darkness can become a source of light for others. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.